And greetings, everyone, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. And that's kind of it. Um, as you can tell, I'm fixing problems that occurred because of my backup issues. Hopefully, I really hope it's resolved. And I wish I knew why it happened this time. Yeah. This morning was fixing yet more problems. I was pointed out that a chapter that I uploaded had the quote unquote generic title that I use as the marker in my third party scheduler. It had happened last week, but these are the kind of thing that will happen once in a while. I'll forget to put the proper title, and I just didn't pay attention. And I saw it, and I went, I'm not fixing this. And it happened again this week. Somebody pointed it out to me. I fixed both of them, and I looked at my file, and I forgot to name all of them. So yeah, another case of me forgetting, like something that I need to do being moved, taken out of my mind. And I don't know this one. I don't know why, because I look at those files all the time. So that was interesting. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't complicated. It was just renaming them. In the process, did realize that there was some dating issues. Uh, some of them would have posted at the wrong time, and that I had doubled the chapter, and that I was missing a chapter. So yeah, fun times. But all fixed, and hopefully I'm done with fixing mistakes. It's the holidays. Those aren't the kind of gift I want to receive. Alrighty, today's Tuesday. Reading corrects. For those who are new to that, oh, come on. Oh, okay, I did think I did do it. Okay, good. For a moment there, I thought I'd forgotten to open that again. So yeah, reading card. For those who are new to this, these are when I read a chapter from one of my stories, one of my books, and correct it as I go. I will be recording these. So while that is happening, I will be ignoring the chat and addressing whatever has been said when I return. Once I'm done with the recording. Not that there's any hurry to do this, but things are quiet, so I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 82 of The Technician's Fight. Grant exited the cockpit after the smooth docking, smirking at Thur, and Jeremy raised an eyebrow at the two of them. Instead of a response, his alpha stepped to the hatch. Treat this as a hunt. We are within enemy territory, and there is reason to believe someone here intends to take your packmate. Remain alert, but do not initiate aggression. We will be under scrutiny, and they will seek reasons to capture us. Do not give them any. And if battle is initiated, the goal is securing the enemy with minimal casualties. I'm just realizing that Jeremy did not really stick to that. It felt odd, only the 5 of them in a shuttle meant to sit 6 packs. Growl gave them a nod and opened the hatch. Outside, the dock was empty. This feels familiar, Thirst said. At least, Jeremy said on Einstein, the reason the dock was deserted was that it wasn't in use. Here, I'm pretty sure they locked it down. Unity never stops. Growl nodded toward the group entering the dock. At least we aren't left wondering what to do. Until Quark found me, I had no idea what they expected of me. She's the female I spoke with. She has enough rank to tell the station commander what to do. And with her were 8 soldiers. Just 1 pack, Germier said. They're underestimating us. And don't underestimate them, their beta said. They have stamina we don't, and we don't have the numbers to switch out to regain our breath. She waved and smiled the way Jeremy's aunt did when exiting their hover for an occasional visit. His extended family had never been close, but the overly familiar gesture felt off-putting here. That is going to be that, and that. She offered him her hand. It's so good to have you back home, Jeremy. He was surprised he had to resist the urge to take it, but the use of a short version of his name put him enough on edge to keep his hand at his side. Of course, forgive me. I'm just glad to have played a part in reuniting you with your family. She turned to Growl. I hope you understand the need to scan you for weapons. It's a formality. She motioned to a soldier with a wand. Jimmy tensed as his alpha stepped forward. If they hurt him, he'd act. The male passed the wand up and down in front and back, then gave a nod. Growl stepped aside and Thur moved forward. The same. Jeremy went next, doing his best not to tense his hand. Other than the claws, his gloves were no different from those worn by the rest of his pack in Alpha. Sensors, so they felt what they grasped, and there was no reason to think the polymer claws would register among the microcircuitry. A nod, and he joined his Alpha and Beta. Thros went next, and the soldier hesitated as Gearmere stepped forward before scanning him too. Good, she said. Everything's clear. That's good. I'm glad I can trust you to uphold your part of the agreement. If you'll come with us, the shuttle that will take you to Earth is on a different deck. Deck, yeah. The door opened onto a lift. If you'll go in, she said. They did and turned to face the opening, then had to step against the wall as the soldiers also entered. The space that had felt just large enough for the 5 of them became claustrophobically small. Claustrophobic small? Yeah. Jeremy realized that, of all of them, Jeremy had never set foot on an Earth or station or ship. With the soldiers also looking at the now closed door, he took the male's hand and squeezed it, and the ears went up. Jeremy nodded when the lift stopped and let go. The door opened and the soldier stepped out. The female looked horrified as Jeremy and his pack. They said, I am so sorry. I completely forgot how you don't like small spaces. I'd pick the dock with the largest lift for that reason, and I went and packed everyone in. Please forgive me. It won't happen again. Jeremy decided she was taking her cues from movies and not good ones at that. There were where there had always what. Ah. While those always had stories. Oh no, okay. I know what I was going for. But, okay, while there have always been stories of, while he'd heard stories of people going up in rank because of who they knew instead of having the right skill for the position, he couldn't believe those in charge hadn't assigned someone who knew exactly what she was doing. It's all right, Grell answered. It's nothing we haven't had to endure before. I believe you said the shuttle is on this level? Deserted as well. Not even a trace of people in the corridor. Other than being on the small side, this could be any number of Federation stations. This way. They followed her with the soldiers surrounding them. If anyone watched the feed, they'd have no problem thinking they were a group of criminals being escorted to their cells. The hatch was like the others, and as much as he prepared himself, Jeremy wasn't ready for the small cabin, with the four seats on each side. He'd travel in smaller, back when he lived on Earth and had to budget his money. But his memory made that feel larger than this. He motioned Jeremy in one, then sat on his left, motioning Tros to take the right. Not traveling with us? Grell asked. She and the soldier that remained outside, thankfully. I'm afraid my duties extend to more than escorting you, but don't worry. Someone will be there to welcome you once you land. The hatch closed. Before sitting, Grell looked into the cockpit. Automated, he said, in Kilsarian, sitting next to Thur on the facing seats. They don't have to lose people blowing us up, Troll said. The shuttle shook and Jeremy took Jeremy's hand. Close your eyes and breathe. This will only take a few minutes. He had to speak English, so he had to stay out of the other conversation. But they want to capture Jer, Grell said, not kill him. How likely is it the Earthers have someone who can translate this for them? Thur asked. As likely as we'll have someone to translate any of the Federation species language, their Alpha replied, so we aren't discussing anything technical. Jeremy chuckled. You doing okay? Jeremy's nod was quick and tense. Tros draped herself over him, and the male held on to her. We need to set up training to acclimate hunters to this level of tight spaces, Thur said. This isn't the last time we're dealing with them. Coordinate with the training crews, Grell replied. It should be simple to modify one of the training rooms into smaller chambers. Only if you get volunteers to do all that work, Jimmy said. I don't know anyone willing to do I don't know anyone willing to do what? Then look into these kind of types. Okay. All that work. I don't know anyone. There was never anyone willing. Oh, to do mine, to take over mine. When I was in these kinds of tight places on the ship. Thur smiled. I know one, and he just volunteered to help. Jeremy opened his mouth and closed it. I should have kept my mouth shut. That's always a good idea when rank is speaking. Jeremy said, voice tight. The view outside turned pale, then the blue of a sky Jeremy had almost forgotten. We're almost there. Just keep breathing. Jeremy nodded. I don't know if it's going to be a soft or hard, Jay. Gee. The view gave way to a skyline, then buildings in the distance. Earthside ports were large, empty expanses with landing pads spread through them. The Salt Lake port had a limit to the size of the shuttles it accepted, but he didn't remember if it accepted small cargo one. The Ogden port was a dedicated cargo transport for the region. The landing jarred them, and Growl looked at Thur. I would have done better. The Beto smirked. What? The rest of his question was cut off by the hatch opening. He held Jeremiah's in place. Rushing out wouldn't be good. Back up, Growl said in a casual tone, standing. The call seemed to give the male the strength needed to control himself and stand as well. Jeremy walked behind him, keeping a hand on the male's back for comfort. Outside was so bright, Jeremy thought someone had purposely blinded him. Before remembering, he hadn't been in an actual outside in over a decade. Ships and station had been the last 10 years, all of them with controlled lighting, even when it was intended to recreate the outside. His nose tickled with an odd quality to the air as his vision cleared, and he stepped down the shuttle. 2 packs worth of soldiers stood before them and their leader. The leader 2 packs worth of soldiers stood before them and their leader. There's a comma here. Oh, no. Okay. And their leader reminded Jimmy of Thur when he'd been training them in his early beta days. Stiff, all business. You have been allowed 6 hours, the man snapped, to get to your destination. Do what you're here to do and get out. A hover has been assigned as well as a pilot and co-pilot. They and only they will be at the command. There will be no deviation in the trajectory taken. Is that clear? Perfectly. Their alpha replied, and the man seemed put off. In movies, he'd expect everyone, his soldiers included, to snap a yes, sir. And from the man's reaction, Jeremy thought they might have gotten that part right, even if they'd been played for the laugh. We will escort you to the hover. You will not try to step outside of your escort or to influence where we guide you. Is that clear? Perfectly. This time, the amused Kent to Growl's ears said he understood the effect his calm, almost subdued response had. Just lead the way. The port was larger than Jimmy remembered. Remembered. That's going to be a different phrase. That or the fact he'd been driven to his shuttle had made it seem larger than it was, smaller than it was. Is the air ionized? Crows asked, sniffing. Feels like it is. Was that what Jimmy felt? He looked up, and even though he couldn't see them, the documentary he'd watched when young came back to him. Hair scrubbers. He chuckled at the look Thros and Jeremy gave him. Grell and Thur were ahead of them, and too controlled to look over their shoulders. If they were a regular pack, Jeremy figured he'd be reprimanded for talking. Way back when, and I mean so long ago, I have no idea of the time frame, we did a pretty good job of wrecking the atmosphere and environment. Nearly had a cataclysm because of it. But human ingenuity triumphed, and one of the thing they made was the air scrubbers, a bunch of automated ionizer to catch the particle floating in the upper atmosphere. I don't remember how long it took, but they did the job. They and other things they did brought things back under control. They built things well back then. Nearly all of them are still floating up there, still doing their work, even if there hasn't been any pollutant for them to clean up in centuries. Why not take them down? Not sure. Try to remember if the documentary had talked about that. Expenses? I'm guessing money does seem to be behind nearly every decision when you get down to it. Jeremy could now tell they approached the port's entrance by the buildings. He remembered the feel of driving through a different town when he'd been here the previous times. He'd never stopped wanting to either leave to reach Einstein or go visit his family. He'd always been in a hurry to do both the few times he'd visited. The passage, the passage, yeah. Passage is wrong. The road. The road didn't so much narrow as fill with vehicle and people and cargo. So it had to allow for some level. Okay, which meant the port had to allow some level of cargo transport. Buildings lined the sides and people went in and out. He didn't know what they were, but movies told him they would be at least one bar, probably many. They were pressed. They weren't pressed, crowded. Because press could imply hurried. They weren't crowded. The soldiers were enough to cause people to move away, then stare at the Kelsarians. Something like a hush fell as more of the crowd noticed them. He saw tablets being raised over heads, and Jeremy wondered what, if anything, had been told about his visits. He couldn't believe they'd hoped for it to go unnoticed, not with their shuttle landing here instead of his parents' house. He couldn't imagine the repair needed to the terrain if they had landed there. Would they have this same escort when they returned? Or would they be expected to raise the shuttle on their own through this crowd? What would they do with unescorted Kelsarians? He couldn't imagine them attacking, but also not standing aside. Also, he couldn't imagine them attacking. He couldn't imagine them attacking. But at the same time, I think they'd just stand aside. The hover lot was busy, but he guessed that theirs was the one by itself, with the man and woman leaning against it. Their postures matched that of the soldiers, even if they were dressed casually. Here are your cargo, the leader snapped. You are not to engage with them. Your sole job is to take them to the assigned destination, then back here once they are done. If they remain past the time frame given, you are authorized to force them to return to the hover. Is that clear? Yes, sir, the two snapped in return, straightening. Jamie wished he could see the man's face to confirm he was smirking in satisfaction. The hover was even smaller than the shuttle, with barely enough space for Tros, Germir, and him on one bench, with him and her the leanest. They sat on each side again. But Germir, it feels like this is going to be a hard G. But Germir didn't seem as affected, looking outside at the people and scenery once the hover took off. How long will the trip take? Grell asked. Jeremy shrugged. It was 30 minutes to the house, but I've never paid for speed. That means 5 hours for you to speak with your mother and deal with my dad after what I said to him when they dragged him into trying to repatriate me. I expect he isn't going to be pleased to see me. Will your brother be there? I don't see why he would be. He has his own wife and family. Depending how difficult the government is being, the equipment available for home care should handle everything needed to keep her stable. My mother. Come back here. To keep my mother stable, anything else, and they risk her dying, which goes against what they want. How is the pack positioning itself? Thur asked in Kelsarian. Growl looked at Jeremy. Could he answer, having to speak English? He was the one with knowledge of the terrain. Unless there are soldiers there, I don't see there's a point in setting up secure positions. It's just my parents. Growl nodded and spoke in Kelsarians. Unter troserer mi mirtiosi harkenal by the door as lookout. Hunter Germir Hamar Celtitek. Ross with her for support. You and I go in with Jer. And they just used him to give false information. Had they just used him to give false information to their pilot? It was their decision if they had. He was simply a hunter, after all. You doing okay? Yes, Germir. Being able to look outside makes this feel less small. It's very beautiful. It reminds me of the Yetinoka-Nukilarain forest where I grew up. Lots of trees. I wonder what the hunting's like here. He mused, and Jeremy chuckled. His friend would be surprised at how the hunting Earthers engaged in happened. And that concludes chapter 82 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid, Kaz. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Cool Imp. Hello, Angel. Welcome to the stream, everyone. How is everyone doing today? And yes, as Angel explained, today is Read and Corrects. And I record them, so I ignore the chat while this is happening. 3,000 word yesterday, Cool Imp. Congratulations. You are good, Angel. Very glad to hear that. Alrighty, now for the fun part. And I upload this to Patreon. Wrong format. Let's off that. And I'm going to test this differently today. You're halfway done with the chapter 2. As you use the old version, improved it. Very cool. January 24th means 27th. And let's see if you'll post. Old version was 2,000 words, so you're adding more interesting action. Very cool. Just open this up since this does not look good. takes this. Oh, it worked. Very cool. Surprising, but cool. Okay. Right. Before I forget, I have something else to do. I need to post this on Ream. Okay, I am missing a chapter. Interesting. Yep. Oh. I can deal with missing a chapter. All right, that is done. That is here. And on to the next chapter. Is correct, correct. Yep. Okay, why is this so large? Alrighty, so I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 83 of The Technician's Fight. The hover landed in such a way Jeremy didn't see his parents' house. He'd caught a glimpse of a dark roof among the grass in the clearing on the approach, but not enough to tell whose house it was. This could be the trap, flying them to another house with people waiting to capture him. He'd expected something the entire flight, and now he was confident this was it. He stepped outside on his guard, turned, and had his breath taken by the sight. The house stood where he remembered it, red polymer made to reproduce the brick that had been original way back when whoever the first Bradshaw had the house built had been. Whoa, that's clunky. Um, well, that had been original way back when whoever the first Bradshaw had been uh, had the house built. I don't need the had been. The house had always been in his family, with it being handed down when the elder was ready to move to a place that didn't require as much work. But who had but but who had been the first was lost to history. It had been a farmhouse before farming was automated and moved to satellite stations. There had been a large community here, which had dwindled when other inhabitable planets were discovered. The Bradshaw hadn't been spacefarers. They'd been happy to stay right here while a lot of people moved away. Of the city that had been here were only uh, another place where I'm putting French phrase structure. Only only of the city that had been here. The trees and grass had reclaimed everything else. Nature had been helped along by the residents. I, you know what? Helped along by the residents, the tree and grass had reclaimed everything else. And now it was all nature with a house here and there. He'd had to ride his hover bike to visit the closest neighbor in his youth. The path leading to the house was shorter grass, paler too, a reminder of the road that had led to the house when those were still used. Jimmy had run up and down it as a child. He'd climbed the trees, fallen out of a few of them. He was surprised at how adventurous he'd been as a kid. He'd forgotten most of that by the time he went to university. He'd remembered his youth as this not unpleasant time, but one of doing little. Or maybe it had been the brainwashing. Maybe it had taken more than his attraction to man. Maybe a sense of adventure had been integral to that. Are you okay? Growl asked next to him, and Jeremy realized he was crying. Yeah, just I'd forgotten how much this place meant to me. How much fun I had. How much running around I did. The place barely changed from those times. Although it had. The hoverport had been a hoverport had been erected. Hoverport? Okay, I know I'm basically a carport is what I'm going for. Meh. A hoverport had been erected, large enough to house four of them. His dad had always left his by the door, much to his mom's annoyance. He couldn't think of why they'd need one so large. Hovers had never been expensive, but his father had never needed more than one. And his mother and his mother would have said in a message if she'd gotten one. Although there had been the 2 years after Einstein during which she wouldn't have been able to tell him. That's new. Um, mm. The pilots stayed in the hover. You think they'll abandon us here? Germir asked. Unless they plan on attacking us in a hunter. Jeremy's parents' home, Thur said. They have to remain to transport us back. Or to wherever the attack will be, Fro said. You think they'll do that? Attack in a family's home? They don't have a family law, Germir said. We can't know how much respect for family they have. It varies, Jeremy said. We aren't as family centric as you, but some families are. I don't think my family would let that happen. This house, this land, it's special to us. Us? Growl asked, and Jeremy didn't miss the concern in the tone. Them. The old me. I'm not interested in staying, Growl. I'm returning to the ship with you. I'm returning home when I'm done here. The memories I hadn't thought about in decades are just a bit overwhelming. There's a lake back there, 20 minutes by bike. All the kids in the area would gather them and we'd swim and play games. He chuckled, remembering a detail. Half the time we were naked because we wouldn't think to bring our swim trunks, and we did not care. We weren't looking at each other. We were just enjoying the water and running around. I'm surprised they'd allowed that, Thur said, considering how they feel about people being attracted to the same gender. That was well before we were sexually active or just interested. I can't remember when I stopped going, but I know the last times I always had my trunks. My time there was less about having fun and more about having some peace from whatever else I was dealing with. Is the size typical? Charles asked. It seems small. Jimmy chuckled. Remember, Earthers don't need things as large as you. There's 7 bedrooms on the second floor. The living room is large. There's dining room, a breakfast room. Food prep gets its own room. My dad and mom have their offices. She worked from it. He mostly used it to get away when we got too rambunctious. It's an old house. And so its design is based on what they wanted back then. All the houses around here are old and similar, but I've been in city houses. They're those are smaller. Those are smaller. He stepped to the door and reached for the handle. The door wouldn't be locked. It never was when there was someone home. Before he'd just enter, greet and be greeted. The errant son returning from the other end of space. But now? Wasn't he a stranger now? An uninvited guest? He tapped the announce button. He didn't hear the chime, but remembered them. 6 in rising pitch. His heart felt tight as he waited. Got it, a woman said, and before Jeremy's puzzled out how it was, the door opened. Said through the door. And before she could puzzle out how it was, it opened. And Beth's greeting smile fell away. Hi, he said lamely. What? How? Who? Her expression darkened. She spun and stormed off. Byron, you son of a bitch! He stared after her, more stunned by the wrinkles than her angry yelling at their brother. He didn't remember her with any last time he'd been home, and that had been less than a decade before. Life couldn't have been that stressful for her and her family, could it? Could the people after him have done more than go after his mother? If they had, he would, one hunt at a time. She left the door open, so he stepped in. Okay. That's already been established. As instructed. As instructed. Troser, Tur said. Gamir, as instructed. Use the code. Use code if enemies approach. Graal was still at his side and Thur at his back as Jeremy stood in the entryway. It was nothing more than a patch of polymer for them to take off their footwear when the weather was bad. The living room was to the right, with doors, and to the offices on the wall on the left. Marco stared at him, frozen in the process of handing their father a bottle. Probably a freshly printed beer. He'd always enjoyed a beer after a day's work. Jeremy realized he had no idea what time it was. Dad, he greeted the man. Marco. His younger brother still couldn't seem to resolve the fact Jimmy was before him, the befuddled expression warring with anger. You're here, his father said in a flat tone, taking the beer from Marco. Yes, he wanted to scream that of course he was here. Did the man think? Jeremy would just let his mother die? How's Mom? Like you care. I'm here, aren't I? You are. Not one inflection. It was like the man didn't know who he was or why he was here or why he might care. It was like his father didn't know he had he didn't know his own son. Fuck, that hurt. He hadn't expected them to be on good terms after the last time, but he'd expected emotions, anger, sorrow, something. I'm going to see her, then I'll leave. He headed for the stairs past the office. Stay here, Growl whispered, then was next to Jeremy. Marco was faster, staying on the first step, arm crossed over his chest. Fuck off! Move, Marco. You don't get to tell me what to do, Jer. You gave up that right when you abandoned us. When you abandoned her, so fuck your way out of here with those fur rugs you love so much. If that's how you feel about me, Marco Bradshaw, then you will address me as Jeremy Bradshaw. I'll give you the respect the family deserves and not demand you use my rank, but you will not use my short name like this. Marco's eyes went wide and he turned his anger on Growl. What the fuck did you do to my brother? Don't, Jeremy said through clenched teeth. Don't put this on him. He did nothing other than love me, protect me. I don't care how pissed you are. You will not hold him responsible. Is that clear, Marco Bradshaw? You're fucking serious? You have no idea how much. I've been kidnapped, attempted kidnapped, brainwashed, attempted brainwash. That technology has been used on innocent people who are still suffering and some who are trapped in cryo because of it. And now, those people have targeted Mom. You don't get out of my fucking way, Marco Bradshaw, and I will remove you. The resolve in his brother's eyes lasted a few seconds, then crumbled. He stepped aside, and Jeremy climbed. His brother drew a breath, and Jeremy smiled at the image of him trying to get further away from Growl. The door to his parents' room was closed. That, by itself, told him how wrong things were. The only time his parents' door was closed was when they were busy in there. He'd asked what they were doing when he was a kid. His mother had blushed. His father told him, "You'll find out when you're older." Jeremy did find out a few years later when he opened the door and intent on having the secret revealed. It would be a few more years before he understood that wasn't what his father had meant. He knocked. Mom? The answer was too soft to make it through the door, but confirmed she was awake. She looked tiny on her side of the bed, thin almost to the bone, and her skin waxy. Her hair looked far too thin. You know what? Her copper hair looked far too pale and thin. He was next to her before the lone medical equipment registered. Before the loan equipment registered. Jeremy? She brightened. What are you doing here? It looked antique. A small screen that, as best as he could tell, only showed her heartbeat. He looked at Marco. Oh, that's it? What? You think they were going to let Mom have anything after what you did? Marco, their mother said, don't speak to your brother like that. Mom, all this is his fault. That's enough, Marco. Nowhere near, he grumbled. Beth found this somewhere. I don't see you with anything to help. You think I didn't try? He had trouble keeping his tone neutral. We don't have Earther medicine, Growl said, startling Marco. What? He's no longer Earther enough? He forced. Jerry's healthy. His readings don't tell us how to treat what your mother is afflicted with, nor does what the Earther within the Federation had formulated to treat what they've contracted. We weren't able to acquire the print recipe for what she has on the way here. You'd have stolen from us? Marco asked in disbelief. Fucking right I would have, Jeremy replied. Language, his mother chastised. Mom! He had trouble not snickering. I'm an adult. I'll speak however I want. I noticed there's no swear words there. He closed his mouth. Out the corner of his eyes, he noticed Growl's amused angle to his ears. Mom, about your condition. Hush. She looked at Growl. That's him, isn't it? Your heart? He stared. How do you know? That is yours? She snorted, then coughed. He hurried to help her sit, and she breathed easier. Your father used to look at me like that when we're younger. It doesn't matter the species. I recognize love, Jeremy. Marco's snort was aborted and turned into a cough of his own. But that he's my heart? How? I doubt Earther Media would use that term. There's this broadcast that comes on once in a while. Don't tell your father, but I set my tablet to catch it. They talk about you and your heart, about the love you share, the horrible thing you had to endure because of it. She placed a trembling hand on his cheek. am so sorry for what let them do to you. I didn't know better. They told us you were sick, that if you weren't treated, you'd die horribly. I didn't want to lose you, Jeremy. I didn't want to lose my boy. You were so sad afterwards. You wouldn't draw anymore. You were still there, but I lost my boy. I'm so sorry. He held her as she cried. Hadn't considered that. What she'd been told, what she'd suffer. It's okay, Mom. All he'd wanted were explanations of what of why, of why she'd let anyone hurt him like that. She hadn't. She'd let them save his life. That was all she knew, all she could know. She shook her head. I should have been stronger. I should have protected you. I shouldn't have been so scared. You did the best you could, Mom. That's all anyone can do. She looked at him. Was it worth it? He hoped she didn't see the loss he felt. How was he supposed to answer that? All the suffering without knowing what was actually wrong with him. The brainwashing, the stomach cramp, his inability to connect with anyone. No, of course it hadn't been worth it. How could it? He looked at Growl. But where would he have been without all of that? On Earth? In an engineering job with a family? Would they have ever met if not for his mother's fear? It's not that simple, Mom. But I'm happy where I am now. I'm not angry about what you did. Thank you. Took a breath. But you need to stop protecting me, Mom. Never. I will never stop protecting you the way I should have. You mean too much to me. But what about your other children, Mom? What about Beth and Marco and Brandon? They're kids. You can't ask them to lose their mother and grandmother already. They're here, and I'm not. I'm out there with my love, my friends. That's plural. My family. I love that you want to protect me, Mom, but you have your own family to look after. I'm not worth them. But the things they want me to say, Jeremy, if it means they'll give you the medicines you need, you say them. They're just words, Mom, and I'm not going to be here to hear them. You need to think of them now. I have Growl to look after me. They need you. Will you protect him? She asked Growl. Yes, Mother Maria Bradshaw, I will. I will die before I allow anyone to hurt him again. Not today, Jimmy whispered. She stared at him and realized he'd said that out loud. It's a us thing, he told her, smiling. Promise me you'll say whatever they tell you to say about me, Mom. She shook her head. Mom, I'm safe now. Corral gave you your word, and he keeps his word. His gods won't let him not do that. I need to know that you'll be healthy. That means give those people whatever they want when it comes to me. I know what they think of me, how far they're willing to go. So you don't have to worry about me being surprised by whatever they have you say. And like I said, I won't be here to listen to them. So promise me. All right, I promise. He kissed her forehead. She didn't let go of his hand when he stood. Can't you stay a little longer? He shook his head. They gave me a deadline. If I'm not gone by then, they'll hunt me down. I don't want to bring that here. I'm going home, Mom, to my home. You have to take care of yours now. She let him go. His brother grabbed his arm as they walked by. This doesn't absolve you. Jimmy looked at the hand and locked eyes. Let go of me, Marco Bradshaw. Now! His brother jerked his hand away. You make sure she keeps her promise. I don't care what you have to do. You get those assholes here with their script for her to recite. You make sure she does. Is that clear? You don't end. His brother swallowed. Down the stairs, his father looked the same as he had before. When he looked in Jeremy's direction, there was no emotion in his eyes. You done? Yes, Mom's going to be better. Good. Now get out and take those things with you. He wished Brandon or Beth were there so he could be sure they too knew what he wanted their mother to do. But he'd have to trust Marco was sufficiently angry at him to tell them. Dad, I hope things improve for you. Fuck off. He left his parents' house, his previous home, and, with his friends and family, set about returning home. And that concludes chapter 83 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Let's see if we manage another one. Ah, 27th becomes 29th. And I'll be right back. And it succeeded. Yeah, it looks like they did something because I can no longer remove the picture that I have to use. Oh well. Right, that posted. To go here. All right, that has been done. All right, I will start on another chapter by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. Sorry. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 84 of The Technician's Fight. Jer sat between him and Thurix Helminial, leaning against Gralgaran, while the Beta rested a hand on his thigh. The pilots had taken off as soon as they were seated, and they'd agreed to remain silent until they were at the port. Until then, Gralgaran was alert for anything from their pilot that would indicate the trap was about to be sprung. He didn't know where. He didn't know they were heading in the right direction until he saw the port, but didn't relax. Until they were there, his heart wasn't safe. Even then, possibly. Not even then. Not even then, possibly. The landing was uneventful, as was their exiting the hover. I don't like this, the Beta said. Too easy. Gregran nodded. Well, it possibly existed. They'd been wrong about the entire thing. Okay, well, the possibly existed. There's no comma here. They'd been wrong about the entire thing. He didn't think so. This had been arranged so the Earthers could take Jer. So why hadn't they tried yet? With Jer in between them, they left the hover lot and entered the proper. Earthers stared, moved well out of their way. Jer looked around as if searching for something, then stopped, forcing them to do the same. Anyone have something to trade they're willing to part with? Jer, we should leave. You won't be safe until you're on the Bane. I know, but he sighed. Look, I'm never coming back here, and I want to enjoy a proper Earth scotch before I go. There's a bar over there, but I need money to pay for it. I have crurons. Torser Mirtioso Har Kinal said, raising her tablet. Earth won't accept that, so I need something I can pawn for cash. Just about anything will do. Okay, I'm going to change that to money, since cash has become the name of the currency. I can tell them how important it is to your culture, and I should get enough for a bottle just on that. I don't carry anything but what's needed for a hunt, Thurixel Minial said. Germir Hamar Sel Tatek. Arash pulled a hand out of a pocket and opened it, revealing a variety of small stones. I don't know if any of these will do. What are they? Jer asked, taking one. That's gold. That's titanium? The male nodded. Why do you have all of this? He looked at a nugget of silver, one of amber. Look, Gregran said, they're all reputed to have been blessed by the gods. He moved the gold nugget. That one by Peltoris Tafe del Garomer, before we had access to printers. Gold was rare on Kelser, so when you found some, you were considered to have been looked on by him. And gold used to be valuable here too. We still use it in jewelry, but mostly because it looks nice. What is this? He took a multicolored glimmering stone. Trishka, the male who'd held it, said, you can find them all over the place. And you know what? I am going to change that a little bit, because if you can find them all over the place, it loses a bit of the story. You can find them back home. Once they're polished. Like this one, we call them Xenila's balls. Jer snorted. Okay, I can definitely work with that. Before Gregoran could stop him, Jer headed for a store. He hurried to follow, slowing only once inside at how tight the space was. The room might have been reasonable, maybe even large by Earther standard, before the walls had been covered by shelves and tables filled with items placed so only ugh, placed filled with item, so table covered by shelves and tables. For walls had been covered by shelves and tables, and the floor with tables. Place close enough created far too narrow paths between them to navigate. But I don't need to navigate. Between them, everything covered by objects. I'm going to stay out here, the female said. I should too. The golden-furred male said as well. I don't think I'll fit between those tables. Gregor wasn't sure he would either, but he was not abandoning his heart. Don't worry about them, Jer said, looking over his shoulder. They don't understand English. The male on the other side of the counter looked unconvinced. Aren't you one of them? I've heard the story. Of course, I speak their language. Anyway, what are you doing, Hunter? The beta asked in Kelsarian. I am so going to have to give the language a name. Just like Kelsarian called English Earther, within themselves, Kelsarian would not call their language Kelsarian. And I've already established that there's multiple dialects, so I really, really need to fix that. But not today. Jer waved him off and the beta nodded. See, we're fine. And don't worry, they aren't going to take anything. They only take what they win in a fight. So, this is a stone blessed by their gods. The male frowned. Those aren't a thing. Yeah, you know that. I know that. They believe otherwise. So, what do you think a collector would pay for a real Kelsarian item? That looks like just a pretty rock. Tell you what, you have a printer, right? Can it scan? Good. You have it scan this, and if it comes up as something in its database, I'm gone. Otherwise, it's a real not of this planet thing. And that, I think, you can find someone willing to spend good money on. The male left with it and returned a few seconds later, looking puzzled. Okay, it's really an alien stone, but really? You expect me to believe people as advanced as they think something like gods made this? They think gods made everything, but it doesn't matter what you believe will or will uh, or will what you wow, what will? What you believe or what it's what you can convince the buyer to believe. And I'm telling you, they really believe one of their god blessed this stone. He leaned in and lowered his voice. They call that his balls. Well, one of them. I don't know where the other one might be. He grinned. Maybe he was unlucky and lost it. Gregor almost told his heart not to speak that way of Zanila Haran, but he wasn't supposed to understand. Seems to me it's more like he lost this one, the male said. That's the spirit. So, how much will you give me? 20 cash. Come on. This is from another planet, another species even, from one of their god. One of their gods. It's worth at least 100 cash. According to you, that's what it is. For all I know, it's floating all over the space, all over their space. Look, I'm only doing this because you're human. I wouldn't even speak to them. 30 cash is the best I can do. Okay, I understand. But you've scanned it. You can print as many as you want and sell each to a collector. Don't tell me that isn't worth at least 50. Just 50 cash. Come on. This is the last time I'll ever be able to get a real Earth drink. They'll never let me come back. Why don't you stay then? I thought you knew who I was. Yeah, but the male looked around Jer as if as if who else was in the room only now registered. You can't really. That's not true. Oh, it is. Get out. 50 cash and we're out of here. Get the fuck out or I'm calling security. Please do. I'd love to tell them the things you were interested in doing with us. I would never. Good luck convincing them of that. You ever undergone the cure? You ever undergone the cure for the sickness? The man grabbed something under the counter and before Galgaran could act, shoved it in Jer's chest. Now get out. Pleasure doing business with you. Gagarin stared at his heart, unable to believe what he'd done, how he'd intimidated a civilian. Jer made a shooing motion as he reached him, and Gagarin stepped back until there was enough space to turn, and they left. What was that? He demanded. The other two looked in confusion. A trade. You threatened him, Jer, a civilian. He still has the stone. He straightened the item he held, and he's going to make a lot more than what he gave me. He counted them 5. But now I can pay for a bottle of scotch over there. Why would he buy the stone from you? The golden furred male said. Why not print it? Why didn't you print it? Jer asked. Because it doesn't mean anything then. It's about going out and looking for one, then polishing it. It's the same reason he bought it instead of printing it. It's the story that matters more than the item. Just what was that place? The weapons specialist asked. All those things. My guess, those things. Oh, those were things people heading into space bought for a bit of cash, a bit of extra money. He waved the printed length of material. Someone will come and buy them. But why not just print one? They don't charge for that here, do they? She asked. No, printers are common good, Jer said. You have to be printing something very exotic to be required to pay for the base material. Why do you not like this? Oh, okay. The room they entered was larger and Gagarin relaxed slightly. Tables with a lot of space between them, a few of them occupied. A counter on one side with a female behind it eyeing them warily. Bottles lined the walls behind her. Silence fell, and the occupants stared at them with various level of dislike. Jerry ignored them, crossing to a table at the far back. He pulled a chair from the unoccupied table next to it. Take a seat. I'll be back with the bottle. How are we supposed to relax on those? Germir Amar Seltatekiras said, I can barely lean back. Different species, the beta said, different definition of relaxing, and they don't feel a need to accommodate others. Gagarin watched Jer at the counter. The female looked unhappy until he offered the length of material, and he realized what they were. He realized they were a mode of trade. 50 cash, 5. So each had a value of 10. When had Kelser last used physical item to represent value? Before they headed into space, he thought. Once they had an electronic infrastructure, that became the way value was tabulated. She handed him a bottle and small glasses, and he joined them. All right, we probably don't have all that long, but this is going to be worth it. He unsealed the bottle and opened it. Since you don't drink strong stuff, you're going to want to limit yourself to small sips. I've had scotch, Jer. I don't like it. You've had the printed stuff. Trust me, this is not the same. He poured some of the amber liquid He poured the amber liquid to half of each small glass except one, which he filled. Print aftertaste does something horrible to alcohol. The day someone finds a way to program it out, they'll be given rulership of Earth or assassinated. The alcohol maker won't be pleased with that person. He took the full glass and raised it to never coming here again. He drank the whole thing and let out a satisfied sigh that almost equal when they finished fucking. He refilled it. Gregran eyed his glass with disdain before raising it to his lips. Nah. The glass with disdain before raising it to his lip. The smell burned just like the last time. He sipped it. He sipped and swallowed and gasped as it burned his throat. He'd forgotten that part. There was some of the taste left, and as Jer promised, there was none of that horrible part. Not that it made it palatable. The weapon specialist gasped. It's almost as vile as Jeroshmial. A Caesarian drink, she explained. Got talked into drinking some on the station when my pack ran into a group of them we knew. They were celebrating a contract, and we joined them. Then I was handed a glass, and my pack's honor was on the line. You survived the experience, the golden-furred male said before taking a sip and not swallowing. As did our honor, but I promised that Kashitran that if she ever did that, I was shooting her. The male swallowed and gasped. Okay, it's not. If not for that part, this wouldn't be horrible. What do they have? What do they have you drink at the mountain? It's called Yimashi's come. Jer stared. You have got to be kidding me. I mean, I get you're all very sexual, but the stones are Zinila Haran's balls. Now someone's come? No, you're making that up. It's like all those hunters saying you've been feeding me. A hunter doesn't invent saying, Thurix Elminiel said. The gods do. Yeah, just like that. It's a precious drink to my people. Germir Hamal Seltatek Arash said. We named it after someone and something we consider important. Jer emptied his glass and sighed. I still say you make that up. Incoming. The beta said in Kilsarian, 2 males, no visible weapons, and they don't move like combatants, but they are heading for us without looking around. We are their targets. Gurgan glanced in their direction, raising the glass to his lip. One was tall and lean, dressed in pale blue business suit. The other was a head shorter, wider, and the clothing was closer to that of a dock worker from the Arthur movies he'd watch. Very much utilitarian to the other's more refined appearance. And there was something else about them that reminded him of some of the movies, the romances. They walked close enough, even though there was ample room, that their hands touched at times. In those movies, the male and female would glance at each other when that happened and smiled. Hi, the taller one said. Would you mind if we joined you? We've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Now the other turned to look at them, and Jer studied. Okay, now the others turned. I don't need to look. And Jer studied them. In return, the 2 males smiled at him. When Gargran looked at his heart, he shook his head. I don't know them. I'm Patrick. My companion is Lewis. We've never met, but we've both heard of you. He lowered his voice. We're big fans. By the look the others exchanged, they'd caught the emphasis on the word. That and how close they'd been made Gagran think they were lovers. Jer looked at his beta, who looked at Growl. There was nothing threatening about them. Pull up a seat. Tros Mirtiosi Arkinal and Germir Amas Tutek Ross made space between them, placing the 2 Earthers opposite Jer. He nodded to his heart. They were clearly here because of him, so he let him take lead of this hunt. Your fans? He reached for Gregorian's small glass. You don't mind. He pushed it. Um, the others. You know what? Also, he reached for Gagran's small glass. You don't mind? The others also pushed theirs to him. Kelsarians don't care for scotch. He filled 3 glasses and pushed 2 in their direction. We've been following your story, Patrick said, taking them and handing one to Lewis. Why? Jer raised his glass and they did the same, then drank. Patrick gasped and Lewis made a face, although he didn't seem to mind the burn. Maybe it was simply Jer who enjoyed the drink. It's inspiring. Lewis said, How about we don't lay it on too thick? Jer warned. I'm just a guy who got lucky. He smiled in multiple ways. Patrick stared at him. Lucky? Jer. He took a breath. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. You fought the government and won. That isn't luck. That's sheer determination. I had help. True, but you didn't cower behind your heart and your pack. I don't think you understand how much some of us needed to see that, needed to know that it was possible to do more than suffer in silence. You too? Your ask and the responding nod was hesitating. Okay. How did you know we were here? I'm in the government, Patrick said. I'm not among those handling your case, but I'm close enough to hear things. My case? You mean my kidnapping and torture? Patrick shook his head. I haven't been able to find out anything about the government having a direct hand in that. All the investigations look authentic, although if it's to arrest them or raise them as heroes, no idea. So you hear things. The male nodded. I've known about your request to see your mother since the moment it was made. Also, when your ship entered the solar system. That's how you knew about this port. Patrick looked at Lewis before shaking his head. Where where you'd be brought on Earth has been a secret since a secret even I couldn't find. Jer frowned. I was here to see my mother. There aren't a lot of ports that make sense for that. Your family's been removed from the registry for almost 2 years now for their own safety. Is that what caused my mom to be denied treatment? For to no longer exist? No. One has nothing to do with the other. They were removed after we heard of plans for them to be kidnapped to force you to return. I don't know if it was stopped or it just didn't happen, but the consequences was that the team who knows where your family lives is extremely small and secretive. So how are you here? Even if you had someone at every port ready to message you the moment we landed, it's been less than an hour. There's no way you get here in that time from any satellite or major city, unless the government does unless the government breaks transit laws. Patrick's chuckle was nervous. Patrick chuckled nervously. No, it wouldn't. Or at least I couldn't make that happen. He looked at Lewis. I had a feeling you'd be here. A feeling? Guggen asked. I don't know how to explain it any better. My entire life, I'll get these feelings to go somewhere, to leave something behind, to. It sounds crazy, I know. He placed a hand on Patrick, squeezed and removed it. But that's how we met. Okay, so you had a feeling, Jer said, keeping Gregor on. Okay, that's keeping Gregor from asking further questions. He hadn't researched the Earther deeply, but if they had seers, that would have been noticed, wouldn't it? And that confirmed they had gods, and decided you had to come tell me how much I mean to you. Not just us, as in me and Lewis, us as the others like you here. Jer shook his head. No, there are no others like me on Earth. They've all been treated. Lewis snorted. That treatment isn't as effective as the government wants you to think. How do you think there's always relapses? Or did you think that anyone catching the sickness as an adult was just then discovering who they were attracted to? We've we're all found as teens when we don't know how to hide it, when we don't know what we are, so we don't even know we should hide it. But some of us relapse in such a way we realize what's happening and we manage to hide it. And some of us are lucky enough to meet someone else like us, and even luckier to feel more than the need to share our body. But we're we're the rare ones, at least for now. What do you mean? It's just a feeling I have. Things aren't going to always be like this. Us hiding in the shadows, meeting in specially identified clubs or in dark alleys for some relief. That's why I wanted to come and to give you this. He surreptitiously looked around before placing a pin on the table and pushing it to Jer. He turned it, revealing a silver leaf with veins in gold. What is this? His heart asked, frowning. Lewis opened his mouth, but his gaze grew distant. He'll change the wind, and leaves will fall. He'll gather them and carry them where the sun will shine for them to grow and spread unhindered. Gregorian hackles rose. He'd never heard a seer speak, but that had been Cintarina's voice, or whichever earth or god handled that. Lewis? Patrick whispered, taking his hand. The male shook himself. What? Jared chuckled. Maybe you shouldn't have had that shot of scotch. Lewis looked at Patrick incomprehendingly, then glanced at the door. We have to go. What's the hurry? Jer asked. They're almost here. He stood, pulling Patrick. That's important. He turned, took a step, and stopped. Okay. Looked at Jer's expression puzzled. And the wood's cracked. Then he hurried out with the other male. Well, that was interesting, his heart said. He looked at the pin, and okay, you know what? His heart looked at the pin. Right, this is going to be that. This becomes that. And his expression grew troubled. I think I've seen something like this before, but I can't remember where. Who's coming? Throser Mirtiosi Harkinal asked. I'm going to guess them. The beta said, nodding to the two uniformed males approaching. Putting a hand over the pin. They would barely have missed the two previous visitors. The stiff bodies and gray and black uniforms at security, although the reflective faceplates gave them an otherly sense to them. I don't need the them, gave an otherly sense to them. They weren't armed, but their vests were long enough and clothes. Weapons could be hidden. It's not they weren't armed. They didn't look armed. Under them. I see you're done with the reason for your visit, the one to the left said. He was slightly shorter and leaner. I was given 6 hours. Yes, the other said, to be with your dying mother. I don't see her here. I think you've drunk enough to mourn, don't you? I believe you are correct, Reverend said, standing. It's time to go home. I'm so glad you can be reasonable. We'll escort you to make sure everything goes smoothly. We would hate for something to delay you further. Jer wasn't pleased, but he stood, taking the bottle and capping it. Then he placed his arm in Gralgran's and grinned when the expressionless male froze, looking in their direction. They turned and led them outside. They ordered people aside, but had to step out of vehicle's way. They were letting such a vehicle pass when the explosion happened. And that concludes chapter 84 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, cold. First. Allô? Ça va bien, et toi? Je t'entends. Tu m'entends-tu? Pardon? Oui, oui, je t'entends très And I'm back. That was my folks calling me to wish me happy holidays. And as we don't talk often, so it turned into conversation. But they're doing well. All right. All right, so that is done. Harker is all the way down there. All right, so I will start another chapter. Let's adjust the image. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the August 27th chapter for the Sanders. Patrick couldn't believe Alex's brother was the guy his sister had pissed off. Fuck, that sucked. He'd been looking forward to meeting all of them. The way Alex talked, they'd be fun to be friends with, even if nothing came of it. But now they know who he was, and they'd hate his guts for being related to Pamela. He couldn't blame them. He kind of wished. This was a time. This was a time he wished Richard had been in his ear. But he was off on a job. That usually meant nothing more than he'd be distracted as he multitasked, but this seemed to be one of those requiring his full attention. He didn't like it on principle. While he and Richard had agreed he wouldn't ask about his work, Patrick knew none of it was legal. His friend was more hacker than gadgeteer, and if he was a white hat, and if he'd been a white hat, he wouldn't live in a rundown apartment in the Barrows. Why he lived there, considering he could hack a small banks, was something Patrick attributed to Richard having a modicum of morals and self-control. I'm in the auditorium. He sent his sister, uselessly trying to find her in the humongous crowd. This thing could sit the entire school as far as it was concerned. When she didn't reply, he grabbed a seat where there were other vacant around it. It would be easier for her to find him by listening to his first phone than the reverse. The seats filled and she didn't show up. Are you here? It would be just like her to find a guy and miss this. Sometimes his sister had no self-restraint. 6 rows above you, no seats, so don't bother getting up. He restrained himself from asking if she was alone. She was a grown woman. She could make her own decisions. He just wished they weren't mostly in the persona of a dumb blonde men could easily take advantage of. She was an adult, he reminded himself. She could make her own mistakes. Fuck, he hated not knowing who was around her. Richard? No response. Welcome, a woman said, her voice amplified. The class of 2025. Screens, that would be plural, at the back of the stage lit up with the face of the dean. And thank you for giving Harker a chance. I know I know that for some of you it was a difficult decision. So thank you. Harker is the product of private and public sector meeting in the middle. We operate under the government public school system, but have secured support from companies and institutions dedicated to ensuring young minds can learn well and safely. Because the internet has been filled with questions, I want to assure you that Harker isn't a corporate school. We are not beholden to any of the companies that have donated to ensure we could give you the best education possible. Now, the reality is that there is no such thing as a free lunch, so I understand your skepticism. But I want to assure you that you will be shielded from those ramifications. If at any point someone among the staff or anyone on or off campus tries to pressure you into anything based on the fact their employer makes Harker possible, use the school emergency messaging app. It is for you for more than if you find yourself in an unsafe physical situation. Anytime you feel unsafe, regardless of the reason, use it. If you worry that you will not be able to send a message, put the emergency beacon button on your home screen. I am serious when I say that Harker makes your security its top priority. Now, before anything else, I want to introduce you to the man responsible for setting everything up that allowed Harker to be possible. The man whose name is ours, Tracy Harker. She motioned, and the camera zoomed out so the man walking onto the stage with the help of a cane was fully visible. One zoomed on his face, and Patrick thought he looked annoyed. He was older, easily in his 60s, even if it looked to be a healthy 60. The cane might be an affectation more than a need. There was a looseness in how he moved it that hinted at him not putting weight on it. It did give him a regal air. First off, he said, two of the three cameras zooming so his face and upper torso were the focus. That's a bold-faced lie. I'm not the man behind this school. I'm one of them. And let's not be sexist here. We aren't just men. There are good women who want to see you succeed as well. As for the name, trust me, if I have a say in it, it wouldn't be there. Learn from that. Don't miss meetings because you never know what they'll decide in your absence. A chuckle spread through the crowd, and he smiled. Had he made the story up? Patrick couldn't tell. He taught himself to pay attention to details, but when it came to people and their intentions, knowing them played a part in working those out. Regardless, it made for a good story. All right, on went why the dean who twisted my arm in standing here. I am the product of a generation who thought they were entitled to everything. Patrick frowned. How old was he? He put his name in the search engine. Those of you who have researched me know about my early career in archaeology, the number of historical artifacts I had a hand in stealing from their rightful owners. I won't justify my action. I have none to give, only excuses. It was how things were. We were in a better position to protect and share them with the world. What a load of bullshit that was. He frowned and looked off stage. Really? You're not bleeping that? What about the impressionable mind out there hearing this kind of language? Whatever the answer was, it wasn't broadcasted, but he grinned. Well, color me bleep impressed, he snorted. I was wondering if you'd censor that, Diane. He made his expression serious. We were wrong. We weren't entitled to any of that or anything else. Our privilege shouldn't have led to entitlement, but to stewardship. I learned that lesson the hard way. He smirked. The old guard in my profession refuses to talk to me. After all the artifact my alliance has taken from them, and the billions in reparation they've had to pay to those countries we wronged. And those lessons led me here. When the group came together to establish what I'd be stuck putting my name on, and trust me, I made them regret that decision. More chuckling. Patrick stared at the information. How was the guy a century old? That had to be a different Tracy Harker's father, maybe? Grandfather? He'd asked Richard when he was done working. We all, in our different way, understood that you are the future. More than you'd be around once we old folks are dust, you will become the steward of the world. And I'm sorry to say that it's not looking good right now. So we want to change that. My school isn't going to stop at teaching you how to get a degree, at getting a good job so you can find a partner, buy a house, pay off your loans, maybe start a family if you folks can afford that by then. More chuckling, although this time it sounded uncomfortable to Patrick. Too close to reality for many of the students, probably. Each class is going to incorporate lessons of ethics, and the government can go bleep itself if that isn't what the curriculum is about. If it hadn't bleeped up, he looked off stage. Really? That wasn't the F word, that was the S one. He rolled his eyes. If it had done a better job, we wouldn't be here now, with me and my associates having to step up and take charge. We want a future those coming after can look back on and say, these people were the kind of people we should all emulate, not see what they did and don't do that. I want you to stand proud and have people look at you with that same pride. You are the future, and I want that future to shine. The applauses surprised the man. Patrick stood with the others and joined in. Really? You don't like that? Okay. Yeah, he said, something less certain once it ended, and they were seated again. Diane, you get back here before I tell these folks how I really feel about you forcing me to do this. He walked off, and she hurried to take his place. That was Tracy Harker, everyone. Along with being one of our benefactor, he is in charge of the archaeology department, where you can expect him to tell you what he thinks of the field without a censor program to clean up his language. So be warned. Now, Harker has too many teachers to be able to introduce you to all of them, so I limit it to the head of departments, starting with the head of the Physical Health and Well-being Department, Coach Lincoln Kelly. The man who stepped on the stage almost caused Patrick to whistle in appreciation. In his early 50s and fit as served a coach, the Harker sport jacket hung well on him, hinting at muscles. Although he also had a bit of a gut. He had a short brown hair under a Harker cap and a short mustache. Thank you, Diane. His voice was deep, and Patrick could imagine it being comforting after he scraped his knee, as he helped him learn math. As she said, my name is Lincoln Kelly. You can call me Coach Kelly, even Mr. Kelly. Just don't call me late for dinner. Patrick was the only one to chuckle, attracting his neighbor's raised eyebrow. The man didn't seem perturbed. I don't expect you to have heard of me. I'm not the coach Harker wanted, just the one they could afford. That earned him a few chuckles. I got a doctorate in physical health as relating to sports before I started coaching, and I did that mostly at small colleges in the Midwest. One of my team made the regional finals, if you pay attention to that. He talked about what he'd expect of the students who'd go in physical health, his hope for the school's team, and Patrick was entranced. The man had a beautiful voice. When he was done, a woman in charge of the sciences replaced him, and the man running the police course Then the woman running the police course came and he paid attention. As the dean and Mr. Harker had expressed, she planned on forming members of law enforcement who would go beyond enforcing it, but who would have a she planned on forming member of the law enforcement who would go beyond enforcing it. Then this is and who would have the moral underpinning to do so justly. He hoped she was right, but even then, those who graduated would be a minority. Others came and spoke to a generally similar message. Then the dean returned. Well, that's it for this. As a last thing, the head of department have an open door policy. If you have a problem that you don't think one of the teachers can resolve for you, or heaven forbid, one of the teacher is the problem, go to them, any of them. As I said, your safety is paramount. Harker will be a safe campus if you play your part and tell us where the problems are. Now, go and enjoy the rest of the day. The students stood, and the chaos of Exodus began. When are we meeting up? He sent, instead of fighting with the crowd. When his sister didn't answer, he figured she decided to brave them. He stood when he could see the exit between people. Its phone vibrated, but he waited until he was outside and stopped against the wall. I'm going with a friend. What's his name? Patrick cursed at the lack of reply and called her and was directed to her message center. Pamela, where are you going? Who is he? He disconnected. She could take care of him herself, he reminded himself uselessly. He was her brother. It was his job to make sure she was okay. He looked through the crowd, praying to see her above the others. Unfortunately, in this crowd, she wasn't the tallest anymore. Where would she go? That was the wrong question. Where would the guy who decided to get in her pants take? Where would the guy who decided to get in her pants take her? The closest exit to the auditorium was the best place to start, and then he'd figure things. Patrick Sanders, a deep voice called, and he stopped at the way it made him feel. Let's see, Richard said in his ear. Lincoln Kelly, doctorate out of Grinnell College in Iowa in the field of... I know all that, he whispered, turning. The coach smiled at him, and Patrick swallowed. I'm glad I caught you. I'm not interested, he said preemptively, and nearly winced at the lack of confidence in his voice. Ruth mentioned that. The smile turned into a grin, along with a list of epithets that made my ears burn. Sorry. Please no, Richard said. Patrick, let me remind you of all the bad college football does to the students. Hey, it's not your fault. She's a great assistant coach, but her social skills leave a lot to be desired. But if you don't mind me asking, why aren't you interested in trying out? You have the body, and your high school phys ed results say you have the strength and stamina. So I'm curious why you're letting such an opportunity pass you by. It's nothing against you, he said. Patrick, Richard implored. I'm sure you're a great coach, but college football is not for the students. It's for the school's pockets. The man didn't lose a smile. You did your research, I see. It was the only thing that would let the high school coaches leave me alone. Coach Kelly nodded. And you're not willing to give us a chance to prove we're different? Do not agree to that, Patrick. The risks, what were they? They're just... You don't believe the dean or me when we say we put your safety first, do you? You son of a bitch, Richard cursed. That's below the belt. Let me find something, anything, to put that guy in his place. Just stall, Patrick. He's got to have something. I get it. It's easy for us folks to talk when we don't have a history, but that means it's easy for us to do things differently, right? We don't have institutional momentum behind us. I guess all you had to do was tell him no. Why was that so hard? What was taking Richard so long to explain how this guy was just like the other coaches and only interested in making money? He didn't want to disappoint him. How about this, Patrick? Come to the tryouts tomorrow. You don't have to join in. Just come and see how we do things. Let me show you that I'm not all bark and no bite. Patrick snickered at how bad that was. The coach smiled. All right. No, Richard yelled. It's a trap. I'm glad. Coach squeezed Patrick's shoulder. I'll see you there. You'll see. I'm one of the good ones. How could you? Richard demanded as Patrick watched the man leave, still feeling the fatherly grip. I'm just, it's just going to watch. He replied meekly. You heard him. I don't have to participate. Tell you what, Patrick, how about I tell you about that ocean property I just came into possession in Arizona? I'll sell it to you for cheap. There aren't any oceans in Arizona, Richard. Okay, so you're not too far gone. May I remind you that man is not your father? I know that. What would his youth have been like if he had been? He sighed. He couldn't keep thinking like this. Give me the dirt on him. I wish there were some. I mean, he's no saint. 2 DUI, lost his license for 2 years because of his drinking. Been sober 12, divorced, no kids. Looking at their age, I'm thinking how cool high school sweethearts who realized married life wasn't the same. He sighed. What? He lost his coaching position 3 years ago for refusing to play along with the college's scheme of letting his better players skate on failing grades so they could continue to lead the team to the finals. Patrick Hartshort. So he could be telling the truth. He could be one of the good ones. Then it sank. You're supposed to help me not like him, Richard. I'm trying, but the guy seems to be genuinely interested in making his players' lives better. That's not my fault. He nodded. Still, I'll just watch. I'll have done that. I'll have done what he asked, then I'll leave. Right, you'll leave. Where's my sister? It was best to focus on her instead of how the coach made him feel. No idea. She isn't showing up on any of the phones I'm in, so I so can't wait to crack that firewall. I swear, Dharma's not that hard. Dharma? He'd heard the name before. Just some company I was hired to test the security of. That was a blatant lie, but he decided not to push. Where's her phone? Turned off, so I don't know. What? I am going to... He had the phone to his ear before he realized the futility of calling her. Get me to the gym. I need to burn this off. There's that high-tech weight machine that won't tell people how strong I am. Just follow the yellow brick road. Patrick chuckled. No goggles, Richard. You're going to have to give me directions. Or you can look up the campus map and find your way without me and leave you with nothing to do. This is safer all around. Har the har. That coach is funnier than you. Patrick didn't comment, but the man's attempts were endearing just by themselves. And that concludes this Sanders chapter. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, that's up on my website and Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Did somebody lower the heat? Be a first, but... No. Not sure why I feel chilly then. Yeah. Okay, so this is just my marker. Right, Colby for the underground. Aye. January 25th would lead to the 1st, right? Yep. I'm gonna do mind your step. Before the rest so that it's dealt with. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I? 3. Forgot a chapter, didn't I? Yep. I forgot. How the hell did I manage to do that? Well, okay, wait a minute. There was a phone call involved. Okay. This one, I have a bit of an excuse. There was a phone call involved. Hey, Huntress, welcome to the stream. Obviously, small distraction inspires all. Yeah, yes. And for me, one of the issues that small distraction are cumulative, so they'll spiral way beyond the immediate impact of what's happening, which is almost certainly how I lost track of this story that, and that ended up with about 20 chapters not being uploaded. Somewhere along the way, I got distracted. And that distraction became the norm. Because I hadn't done it once, I no longer remembered that I had to do it. Wait, what? Where am I at here? 6 to oh, that's 6. That's because I'm. There we go. That's how we are. I'm at this one. And how are you doing today? Doing all right, busy, just working through stuff. That's good. I am doing well, thank you very much. Having a nice morning. My folks called to wish me a happy holiday, and that stretched into a conversation, as it always do. I don't talk to my folks often, so just about every time that we do, it becomes something of a conversation. is done. On to Tyrannus. Huh. It cycled out. It's been a while. Has the place changed a lot since your time? The bovine asked as he drove. Eric looked away from the businesses and at her. Annie, you do realize that I wasn't even 18 the last time I came to Harlan, right? But that was over 60 years ago. Things have to have changed in that time. That was over a decade ago for me. I don't remember that much of the place. He looked outside again. Although, I don't remember Harlan ever being this glitzy. Is there some power to going around making everything look beautiful? Anita laughed. This is Tefton Street. It's where all the stars shop, or so the stories go. Lots of money change hands here, so they keep the place looking good. It's not just that. Look at the people. Look at how they're dressed, how their hair and furs are styled. That kid over there, the gray and brown wolf, someone had to spend hundreds to get his first to shine like that. He's probably an actor. It isn't just the stars who shop here. Most people living in Harlan have dreams of being in movies, so they dress to attract attention, the attention of talent scouts. And it works? They're found just doing their shopping and turned into stars? She chuckled. Not really, but it only takes one for everyone to start dreaming. You know Mackie Hamill? Eric shook his head. He was an electrician 20 or so years ago. She paused to make a turn. The story goes that he was called in to fix something on a movie set, and someone mixed him up with one of the actors and had him an updated script. When he was pulled on stage and played the part. He thought it was funny, but then he was called back to take over the role. Eric looked at her again. And it's true? This is Harlan, where the magic happens, so who knows? But it's stories like that which fuel the hopes and dreams. Eric nodded. He'd never dreamed of being in a movie. Everyone knew that kids from the swamp didn't grow up to be actors. They became criminals or dead. The stores became smaller, dirtier, as they drove away from the main street. Then it was normal-looking houses for a few blocks. It could be in Strongburg or at the edge of Great Oaks. He noticed Anita grinning. We're almost there, she said, before he could ask. A second later, she pulled into a large parking lot, half filled with cars. Once the car stopped, Eric got out and looked around. Houses and a few shops the way they came, and Anita grabbed his hand, and pulled him along as she ran. Come on! Eric laughed. Slow down, Annie. What's the hurry? We have all day. They loved the parking lot and were running through a growing crowd. There's a notice I want to see. If we don't get there early, she'll be booked for the day. With another whoops, what happened here? With another laugh, Eric pulled his leg under him and caught up to her. Put his leg under him and caught up to her. Couples and obvious tourists glanced in their directions before going back to the jugglers, musicians, comedians, and magicians. Real magicians, not powered or tickers, hiding their abilities behind illusions and sleight of hand. Eric couldn't believe how much imagination Park had grown in the years he'd been away. He'd come through it on his way to enlist, and it had been a fraction of this size, with only one path, mostly trees, and a few entertainers along the way. Now, it spread further than he could see. Buildings had been removed to enlarge it. The few buildings he could see were coffee shops or restaurants. A strip mall had been gutted, leaving only the roof to create a space where entertainers could perform outside of the rain. It was unoccupied at the moment. The weather was comfortably cool and dry. The sun was shining shining strong with barely a cloud in the sky. If the forecast was right, it would be like this all day. They ran past a small amphitheater with a stage at the bottom where a small group was performing. On the stone benches sat people watching them. He noticed a plaque and only caught that it was where the original park had stood before Anita pulled him away. When did all this happen? Eric asked. It's a lot bigger than I remember. In the 30s, she replied, looking around searching. Before my time, there should have been a plaque by the amphitheater talking about it. The tearjerker destroyed the original Imagination Park. Tearjerker? You're kidding, right? Yeah, stupid name, but he fed off sadness. Happy thought weakened him, so you can imagine how little he liked the park. Even when it was smaller, it was a place that made people happy. Mind Blank defeated him. Mind Blank? Did they all get together and decide to go for stupid names? In my days, it most sounded more dignified. Mr. Unstoppable, Lady Shadow, the great creator. Isn't the slime from that time too? Eric wins. He'd forgotten about that one. Well, I did say most. When it came time to rebuild, our land was already Tyrannus's entertainment district. Deftown was where everyone shopped, so the park took over the neighborhood. It expanded a few times since then as it became more its own thing, rather than a place people walk through on their way to other entertainment. I'd love to know how they made the transition from entertainment to entertainment. Anita glanced at him. Back when I was a kid, Ireland was primarily known for where adult movies were filmed and shown. Most theaters were the kind where you didn't take a kid with you, unless you were a pervert. He showed her a memory of some of the news stories that had come out of Harlan back then. So this is where you came to see your first naked girl? Anita asked, dodging an ice cream vendor. Oh, Lord, no. Eric chuckled. I had an older sister, and she was always running around the house naked. My folks had a tough time keeping her from going outside in that state. She stopped, and he did too. When she looked at him, he was serious. So, is what they say about the swamp dwellers true? Eric considered keeping his mouth shut. Questions like that rarely led anywhere pleasant, but this was Anita, not some random thug from another part of the city looking to cause trouble. And the mischievous glint in her eyes told him this could be entertaining. And what is it that they say? She shrugged. Just that family members in the slums are intimately familiar with each other. Eric laughed, then assumed a serious expression. You realize that if I was only a few years younger, those would be fighting words, and I'd be within my right to clock you? She pulled him against her. No one says clocking anymore. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, and I was just curious as to how you became so experienced. She put a hand on his ass and squeezed. Eric blushed, but he didn't move her hand, or look around at the looks they were bound to be attracting. Women had really changed in 60 years. He liked it. He whispered back, maybe I practiced with Isabel? Now it was her turn to laugh. You and Grandma? I don't see it. She shook her head in amusement. You're just too damn nice. You told me how you never got to tell her how you felt about her, so I know you two didn't sleep together. Hey now, Eric grinned. Isabel wasn't one of those wallflowers of a woman. She knew what she wanted, and just to be clear, we did sleep together. It's just that we slept. She hugged him and started walking. I have no doubt. Grandma told me a story. She managed to make me blush. So you can imagine some of the things she did. Eric eyed her. Really? Should you be telling me that? That was after she left the army, but I know you wouldn't have taken advantage of her. Remember how I had to sneak into your room when my parents invited us over for the Feast of Lanar? Your dad made it clear what he'd do to me if I even thought of joining you in the night. She rolled her eyes. We're both adults. No one expected you to listen to him. I wouldn't be surprised if we were expected to keep the house awake the moment the lights went off. Eric blushed. I know, she chuckled. After 30 minutes, I was pretty sure that if I didn't take the things in hand, you wouldn't be coming. She gave him a peck on the cheek. You were so cute with your protest about how it wasn't proper. It helped the way I was raised, he protested. And really, I didn't think our first time would be in your parents' house. She grinned. You adapted fast enough. You were quite persuasive, he eyed her. But one word of warning, we start making out in public and I'm going to melt of embarrassment. Her vibrant brown eyes gained the glint that warned him you should be ready for anything. If we didn't have more important things to do, it would almost be worth it. She ran off. Eric laughed. What's more important than making out? He called after her, and blushed as he realized the surrounding people were chuckling. He ran after her, not believing how lucky he was. When he caught up to her, I don't need to tour her at this point. There's been quite a few of them. When he caught up, she'd stopped by an older woman seated in front of an easel. She was setting up a small table next to it, putting long wooden boxes on it. Anita looked around. Are we first in line? She was bouncing from excitement. The woman smiled. She had to be in her 60s, but fit. She wore a loose gray shirt and dark pants. You are, she answered. Her pale brown hair was tied back in a ponytail. Eric, this is Estelle Darky. I told you about her, and you've seen all the reproduction of her art I have in my condo, right? And I don't need the right. Come on. Eric looked at the woman again, reappraising her. Anita's condo had paintings on every wall. He made no claims to no art, but even to him, those reproductions looked great. Fields, forests, rivers, all nature scenes, except for one painting of the Grand Lightning. He looked at her and the bench before her, waiting for someone to sit on it. You do portraits? She nodded. I don't sell those to the public. It's why you didn't know about it. How much do you charge? You could already imagine the screams of pain his wallet would have. Eric! Anita sounded mortified. You don't ask that. Annie, I can't afford a masterpiece. Estelle laughed. It was a light sound, bordering on inhuman. If she'd been furry, he'd suspected she was powered. And to be sure, he'd even let himself see technology, just in case she was a techer. But all she had on her was the ubiquitous phone. You don't have to worry about that. I come here to relax and be among people. And I'm going to be working in pastel, not oils. It's $15 for 30 minutes. There's no way that's enough for the work you do. Eric took out 2 20s and a 10 from his wallet. Young man, do you have any idea how much one of my paintings sells for? She asked, perplexed. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm not into art. He took out another 20. Anita chuckled. He eyed her. If I'm that far off, you're going to have to pitch in, he said. This is about everything I'd allow myself for the day. In response, Anita laughed harder. Eric stared at her. Young man, Estelle said, drawing his attention to her. I said $15. Ma'am, I'm not going to take advantage of you. If your work in pastel is anything like what Anita has on her walls, 30 minutes of your time. Of your time is worth far more than 15 minutes. You have to forgive him, Anita managed to say between breath. He's terminally old-fashioned. Annie, you can't expect... Estelle took his hand in hers. Young man, Eric, is it? Yes. Eric, I have more money than I know what to do with. I don't need this to survive. I come here to connect with young people like you and your friend. She became stirred. Now, give me $15 and the two of you go sit over there. Eric felt like he was taking advantage of her as he paid and put his wallet away. Anita sat and pulled him on her lap. You enjoyed that way too much. He looked into her deep brown eyes and couldn't even play at being angry. I wasn't laughing at you, she replied, just the situation. He grinned, running a finger along her muzzle. Sure you were. You just love seeing my old-fashioned upbringing put me in these embarrassing situations. She kissed the tip of his finger, then, when it reached her lips, You're sweet. It's sweet how you'll defend my honor, or you won't take advantage of a poor, starving artist. You're a man out of your time, literally. And you're all mine. She kissed him. Then, when they broke apart, he was burning up, but kept staring into her eyes. She caught him by surprise and, I love you. You know that, right? He whispered, and she beamed. All done, Estelle said. Eric looked up. Already? A crowd had gathered around the artist. Fortunately, they were looking at her and the easel, not the two of them. 30 minutes as promised. Eric looked at his watch. There was no way this had. Wow. He looked down at the bovine and she had a goofy smile, a goofy grin. He'd lost time gazing into her eyes. You'll have to move, Estelle said. Us starving artists can't afford delays, you know. But you said. He noticed a grin. And the people with money in hand. Very funny. He stood and helped Anita up. A Vulpine man and his daughter took their place. Here you go. Estelle handed him the page she'd taken off the pad while she studied the two on the bench. Eric looked at the drawing and began thanking her, only to have his breath taken by it. He and Anita were gazing into each other's eyes. His fingers was on her muzzle, and they were close, just about to kiss. Estelle had gotten the cow's white and brown hide perfectly. Her brown eyes glittered, and the corner of her lips were turned up in the start of a mischievous smile. I can't. Anita pulled him away. Thank you, she called as she kept hold of his arm. She looked at him, at it, and whispered, It's beautiful. That's an understatement, he replied. I feel like I ripped her off. She wrapped an arm around his shoulder and pulled him against her. You heard her. She doesn't need the money. Doesn't matter. This is worth a lot more than $15. Then think of it as an investment in our retirement fund. We'll sell it when we're old and live off the profit. Don't even think of ever selling this, Eric said. He looked around at the crowd. Let's take this to your car. I don't want to risk it getting damaged. They paused on the way to watch artists, listen to a hobo singer, and not so bad comedians. They stopped to watch a troupe perform a gunfight around what might have been a house made of sheets. A lynx was firing at a group of a dozen men and women, led by a bull. Compared to some of the performances he'd seen, it was hokey, the way the performers exaggerated the ground moving under their feet or the wind striking them, but as a group of amateurs, they weren't that bad. The parking lot. Had filled up wild and been in the park. Eric couldn't imagine finding parking at this point. It was a good thing Anita had insisted on getting here so early. Am I really so old-fashioned? He asked as they returned to the park. You are, but it's what makes you so interesting. Don't you mean I'm too much of a prude? Do you think I'm one of those loose women? Dear Lord, no. I'd never think that of you. Then I'd never think you are a prude. Eric stopped and took her hand. He leaned in to kiss her, but paused, remembering they were in public. He felt a blush rise. He would have pulled away, but her arms wrapped around him, their lips touched, and then he forgot where they were, forgot anyone else but her existed. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm kind of glad well, so it failed. I will have to wait for a while then. Actually, no, I need this here because I'm going to have that. Oops, if I start this. All right. Need that. I should go here. Ah. So. Oops, I don't need. Oh, actually, I do need to remove this. How was the recording? It went well. They all came off without a hitch. Even all the uploading, except for the last file, went up to Patreon without a problem. So, I'm giving it 5-10 minutes to see if they'll resolve whatever the problem is. Almost finished chapter 2. Need to write 235 more words to finish it. Good luck and congratulations. You decide to keep it. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I'll be back in about an hour, so I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Alrighty, this afternoon it is chapter 14 of The Daughter. It is an Alex chapter. And I don't know what that's going to be. Ecolimp, welcome back. $868 words so far. Congratulations. Very good. Now you've got 1,000. Congratulations, cool imp. Yeah, there's a lot of word a single day. You're not taking it for granted. That is good. It is good not to take it for granted. Celebrate it. Be pleased with yourself. That doesn't mean you have to go, I'll give up on anything else, but at least acknowledge the work that you have done. He's at midterms. They are studying for their exam the following day. Very cool. Welcome back, Angel. I hope things went well. She ate her dinner. Now she's relaxing. Is your husband, is her father relaxing along with her? Nope. She's keeping him from relaxing, or he's just doing something else? She's drinking water, watching Bluey. Very cool. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You hope everything is fine? Everything is good indeed. Thank you very much. That's gonna be bad. I suspect that if I want these books to hit 50k words, I'm going to have to find ways to add stuff, to add chapters. Yeah, that's going to be 35k at most. And to be fair, I'm okay with 30k. It's just that the first few books are kind of big compared to that. 38K so far in the story. You wonder if you'll finish it. Yes, you will. If you want to finish it, you will. Doesn't have to be done tomorrow. Does not have to be done next week or next year. But if your goal is to finish it, you will. But the goal may not have to be to finish it. Hey, lady. It's been 5 years, according to Twitch, since you followed. Congratulations. Very nice. Yes, indeed. I am doing well, thank you very much. This afternoon's chapter went quickly, so I'm working on a side project. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. The daughter is on. I wrote the next to last chapter, so next week, unless something gets in the way, should get the last chapter of the daughter done. Then I'll move on to the mother. And she's not related to the daughter. Just titles that we're using. And what are you up to today? What are you doing for the holidays? Don't really do the holidays too much. Trying to get the second book in the series you're getting out finished for the first draft, so you're scheduling stuff for the podcast. Very cool. I hope that all goes well. Got a couple of shorts that are up, so that's much has been good. You're getting some traction. Very nice. Very nice. Starting tomorrow, you'll be able to do 31 stories and 31 day stuff you need to. Good luck. Certainly hope you manage it. How many story universes do I have? You mean series? Or because yeah, I'm gonna do you mean series? First series can exist in the same setting. Yeah, that's true. You have that compulsory. Well, let's see. I've got Tristan. I have Inheriting the Line. I've got Demons. I've got Death by Predation. I have Dungeon Runner. I have A Heart's Life. So I'm up to 7. Uh, there's Tyrannus. So that's 8. Um, everything. These are what I would call my serious universes. My serious series. Most of them are published or have plans to be published. If I add to that stuff that, on the side, well, there's Monster and Badman, so that's 9. Harker, that would be 10. The horror, the Or world, the Or family series, that's 11. I'm gonna say 11. The odds are good I'm forgetting stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna say 11. Only the new pending, you only have 5? Cool. Oh, pen name. Okay. So long as you have enough to tell the stories you want to tell, that's good. What happens with me is that I almost never tell a story in the same universe. Usually, when I get a new idea, it's different enough that it's a completely different world. So the one exception to that is the Initiation series, which also takes place in Inheriting the Line, in the world of Inheriting the Line. Indeed. You finished chapter 2 with 2,567 words. You added 509. Very cool. Congratulations. And it became more mysterious. Very nice. All right. With my writing done, I am going to end the stream with a raid. Thank you very much, Angel. Same to you. We're going to be raiding Cypher today. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by. Yes, indeed. For dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. If you can't wait that long to see me, you can find me on The Playing Tiger tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, for more Stationeer. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.